Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing today? I hope we're all having a pleasant morning. We'll look very good today. So to just get things rolling, we're still waiting for Ministry of Energy to get here. But before they get here, I think the house looks too gloomy. So I think it would be okay for us to have a bit of smiles and a bit of conversation here and there. So I'm going to ask us to, first of all, just introduce ourselves. We'll start from the deputy director over here. And then from there, while we're introducing ourselves, I'll ask us also to maybe mention one or two things that we look forward to the most today and what we don't look forward to while we're at it. So we'll start on my immediate left right here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dale Raymond. I'm the Programs Manager of Price International Zambia. Let me start with what I can report. The mutual mistrust between civil society and public sector. What I look out for is constructive and progressive cooperation.
Thank you very much. Constructive and progressive conversation. That's a key takeaway there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bulat Mokana. What I look for this morning is essentially dialogue. The dialogue stemming from the relationship between public and other at this stage. What I don't think was what happened to expect some stakeholders to just sit and listen. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, sir. How are you today? Okay, so what we're doing is two gentlemen over here basically introduce themselves. So while we're introducing ourselves, what we're doing also is we're asking ourselves to state what we're looking forward to today, and also stating what we don't look forward to while we're at it. So we'll go with you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is yeah, so I think for us, our expectations
I'm looking forward to.
not looking forward to the same issues, just talking, no action.
I'm looking forward to the same issues, just talking, no action. But number 4, nobody's talked about. Let's go. That's good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sylvester Kilogen. I work for the Corporate Belt Energy Corporation, CEC. So what I look forward to is to see how this research kind of feels regarding the level of tariffs under the PPAs, complex agreements, whether you think those are reasonable or not, and the impact on the economy, because those are basically agreements that actually account for probably 60% of the power consumed in the country. What I'm going to look forward to is to engage just in a blame game. Sometimes people don't really have background, but they're very good at accusing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So my name is Emmanuel Suore. I'm from Professional Network. I look forward to hearing more about how
Michael, you're from?
Young Professional Network.
Yeah, professional.
So I'm looking forward to hearing more about the details of the power party services that those who are into CEDC and other independent power producers.
What you're looking for?
I'm not being able to get the information.
Right, good morning, everyone. My name is Sim Spanda, and I'm the communications and the director for the Young Professionals Network. What I look forward to basically is progressive resolution that will go just beyond this particular meeting. Every times we have such meetings, and when it comes to the implementation, it's actually nothing that's been done. What I don't look forward to is the opposite of what I look forward to.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandra. And what I look for,
Sorry, you just get closer to your mic.
what I look for is just to get an understanding how the energy sector is going, and what I'm going for get the same content.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Kamsa from Zambia Council for Social Development. What I look for is a good discussion and also the recommendations. Thank you.
What you don't look forward to?
No action. If there's no action, then we're not going anywhere.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Emmanuel Munda. I'm from the Regulation Board. What I look forward to, I particularly interested in learning about the lessons that we will draw from the study. Obviously, from the regulatory point of view, we are running a regulatory process regarding the subject matter today. But I think what's important to pick out what sort of perceptions are out there in the public that would assist the regulator to kind of improve on the processes that we currently run insofar as how much the business what I don't look forward to, two things. I don't look forward to people sharing over here. I am also not looking forward to anyone asking me why we replace fuel price.
I expected that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Winger. I'm also from the Education Board. And if my colleague is working my mind on expectation of the program, it would be good to hear the findings of this study and probably things that we can pick out for all of us to make progress. And this country needs development. It's not time for blanket, time to make progress. And what I'm not looking forward to, I think it's talking.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever we're in a room and I'm not the man with the deepest voice, I always look forward to hearing what they say. And I think we've heard the authority there. We don't want to mind just talking. So that states something, doesn't it? We can move on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rebecca Mkansha. I'm coming from this of mine. I'm looking forward to take a and I'm not
looking forward to looking forward to a lot of people.
I'm looking forward to the more recommendation and also the solutions use of energy, because we have been seeing a lot of talking now we need actions. We don't want those talking every day one way.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Manza, from the Ministry of Energy. I'm looking forward to seeing what ideas the negotiations. So, just to people's perception, the interest. What I don't look forward to is people holding back. You have ideas, there's something you think, they are talking to next person, things will come. We hope that it's just use.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muka from CPJ.
Muka Gabriel from?
CPJ, Center for Economic Justice. What I'm looking for the agreements that we have on all countries. I'm not looking for people to just talk. People talking
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elvis Chifuka from Civil Society for Poverty Reduction. I'm looking forward to learn what sustainable measures can be put in place to curb the challenges that the energy sector is going through. I'm not looking forward to us or the executive, the legislature, just sit back and not implement what's being put in place.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Elijah Paul. I'm from the Scottish paper. Looking forward to getting newsworthy conversations that are going to go around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What are you looking forward to?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adunka. I'm from the Zambia Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. I look forward to listening to the presentation of the research that has been done. And my expectation is the panel of discussants are going to dissect the report adequately. I do not expect them to run away from any questions that have been raised.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Giselle Bankula. I'm from Alliance for Community Action. What I'm looking forward to is the presentation and the research findings as well. And what I'm not looking forward to is the program outline according to the system.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Gauna. I'm coming from the Center for Trade Policy and Development. Like everyone else, I do hope we can have fruitful and engaging conversation and the opposite as well.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Chuba. I'm Moses Chuba from the National Center of Zambia. What I'm looking forward to is get the civil society perspective on power parties.
He's looking forward to getting a civil society perspective on the power purchase agreement.
Yes. What I'm not looking forward to is sensation coverage without
What is not looking forward to, I think the media will have their attention here, sensational coverage of this outcome.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Temple. I'm looking forward to an open conversation. I don't know what I'm looking forward to. I'm more looking forward to something.
It's always good to be positive.
Good morning, my name is Badewa. You sorry, Phoenix. What I'm looking forward to is very. And what I'm not looking forward to is the opposite.
Good morning. My name is Brian Kizonde. What I'm looking forward to is a good discussion around this issue, especially as it relates to public debt. Obviously, it is linked to how it is contracted. So that is what I'm particularly looking forward to in terms of understanding how it relates to public debt. What I am not looking forward to are uninformed questions from all of us here. I hope we took time
Looking forward to
uninformed questions. What I'm not looking forward to uninformed questions. I think in the previous meeting we had we had four or three questions from the media which were exactly the same. I think people are not present. So that's not what I'm looking for.
Good morning.
good morning.
My name is Jeff Mwa. I'm Zambian former. I'm looking forward to understanding the position of civil society as regards our parties agreements and how it impacted on Zambian people, raising revenue and improving the power generation.
Good morning. My name is Elijah from the Government Star newspaper. What I'm looking forward to is to learn more on these power purchase agreements and to give an informed view to my audience. And what I'm not looking forward to is perhaps lack of implementation of what we discuss in here. Because we have got too many meetings nowadays, we're putting into practice what we discuss during those meetings.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Motokapata. I'm coming from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning. I'm looking forward to a very comprehensive discussion and hoping to get to implementation stage. Like everybody has echoed, I think they emphasized that we need to move forward and not hold discussions almost every now and then.
What you're not looking forward to?
Any questions regards to money, the treasury?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nobusuya. I'm from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning. We're here to learn and hopefully this discussion will result into something that's fruitful. It's always good to have a platform like this so we can change the lives of the family. That's always our goal. What am I not looking forward to? Okay, I think we're just happy to be here.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think I need the mic. Am I audible?
For the online project.
Okay, so for the online audience. Okay, so at the end of the day, there's a general consensus in the house. We all want to learn. We all want to have fruitful conversation. And we all want to walk out of here having heard information that we need, having had our questions answered, and having had a little bit more transparency in the way that things are done. We're all looking forward to seeing the report, the research, and also we're all looking forward to probably ask a few questions here and there. ERB mentioned that they're not looking forward to questions on why fuel is a little bit more expensive today than it was the other day. I look forward to seeing if we don't get any questions on that. The Minister of Finance doesn't want questions on the Treasury. We might ask one or two, but at the end of the day, I look forward to all of us here having a fruitful conversation and obviously gaining more knowledge. So this, we have interacted. So now I'll ask all of us, as we're still waiting, I'll ask all of us to interact with our neighbors and have a conversation here and there and learn something that we haven't learned yet. I'll be back to start the procedures of everything happening here in just a little bit. My name is Harvey Gampa, and I'm going to be your ST today. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. I am glad that we have all introduced ourselves. But before we continue, I just caught someone in my eye that I don't think introduced themselves. So what we're doing, I don't know if you caught what we're doing in introducing ourselves and mentioning what we're looking forward to and what we're looking forward to.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Angela Brenda. I'm the country director for Arts International. Yes, I'm here to get to know more about that.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to officially welcome the Director, Department of Energy at the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Clement Sasa. He just walked in. I'm sure most of us may have seen him as he walked in. So now we can officially start our program today. And I'm going to ask us all to be upstanding as we start with the national anthem. Okay, so we're going to sing the national anthem. I'll start. You'll forgive my voice, but we shall start. Stand and sing of Zambia, proud and free. Land of work and joy in unity. And the struggle for their life. We want. We know
is our own motherland, fashioned with endless by God's good hands. Let us, our people, join as one, brothers under this sun. Oh, one, strong and free, one land and one nation is our cry. Unity and peace resound the sky, like an noble eagle in his flight. Zion, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free. Praise be to praise, praise, praise. Bless our nation, free men we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, Lord God in heaven, we thank you for this day of goodness. Father God, we thank you for gathering us here as a people. Lord, we ask that we gather here today, and we gain knowledge. That, Lord, may we walk out of this place having gained knowledge and understanding from all the proceedings of today. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the welcome remarks by Transparency International Zambia. We're going to call upon the program manager, Mr. Raymond Pellet, to come and give us opening remarks for this morning.
Good morning once again. May I start by recognizing the presence of the director, Department of Energy and Ministry of Energy, representatives from Energy Regulatory Authority, representatives from government ministries and departments are present, representatives from DESCO, us to identify effective strategies to contribute to strengthening the sector. This meeting is made possible by the collaboration between the Energy for Growth Hub, Transparency International Zambia, Zambia Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, and the Center for Trade Policy and Development. And the meeting seeks to forge partnership with key stakeholders like yourselves. It is therefore an important meeting insofar as strengthening collaborative effort in the energy sector is concerned, and signifies the importance of contributing constructively to the topical issues in the energy sector. Ladies and gentlemen, at the core of the issue being discussed today is the need for transparency in the power purchase agreement. Transparency is one of the key elements in open government. Open government is a concept that is gaining traction in the world today, and so it assumes open data. It also assumes enabling mechanisms for stakeholders to access information in the governance of any sector. GIZ acknowledges the significance of the energy sector to national development, while also recognizing the massive investments needed in the sector for it to thrive. As the Transparency International Global Corruption Report of 2010 highlighted, huge flows of funds naturally attract corruption. This can be the case in this sector, and efforts like this one are aimed at ensuring openness, responsiveness as a way of countering possible corruption in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy sector is very critical, and even more so now when the country is faced with the current issues relating to load shedding and debt. This arises from purchasing of energy power, and so it is worth noting that from our own assessment, though these are pertinent issues, dialogue has focused more on the symptomatic issues rather than the underlying issues. This forum therefore serves as an entry point towards a dialogue among stakeholders with a view to seeking solutions by systematically focusing on power purchase, contracting, and agreement. This is important because the government has a stake through ZESCO. In addition, it must be noted that transparency in power contracting builds on already existing open governance initiatives, like the open contracting processes, but also the extractive industry transparency initiative. It is therefore our deliberate effort as conveners of this forum to facilitate our stakeholders to unpack and engage in meaningful conversations so as to identify areas that we need to unlock in terms of transparency, areas that we need to unlock in terms of openness and integrity, so as to create an enabling environment for stakeholders to actively participate in the sector. This is even more critical given the increased drive for investment in the sector through public-private partnerships. Contract transparency in power contracting could present avenues and opportunities for strengthening policy and practice in the energy sector, thereby encouraging players in the sector to commit to promoting principles of transparency, integrity, and accountability. In addition, enhancing transparency in the sector through improving access to information and disclosure of information in power and contract arrangements would support other efforts and commitments underway relating to sovereign debt, transparency, public procurement openness, and extractive industry transparency, among others. In fact, enhanced disclosure would help in alleviating widely held negative public perceptions relating to how the sector is being managed. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of your time, it is my hope that you will engage constructively, share ideas and best practices, and make effective recommendations for opening up the sector and ensuring effective and open power contracts. I therefore wish you the very best in your deliberation during the forum. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Raymond Saleh, who is the TIZ Programs Manager. So now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, we're going to go into a video broadcast of the next remarks. These are going to be presented to us. I hope the technical has them ready for us. These are remarks on the regional perspective from the Energy for Growth Hub. Okay, we will come back to that. Now, I have been gladly corrected. So who we have from the Ministry of Energy, I beg your pardon, is not the Director Department of Energy. However, it is Mr. Clement Sasa, who is the Manager under the Office for Promoting Private Power Investment. So he's still in the very capable, much right hands. So I'm going to ask Mr. Clement Sasa, who is the Manager under the Office for Promoting Private Power Investment, to come and give his official remarks. Please come to the front. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning once more, and also I would like to take this opportunity to just write on the previous protocols. I would write on the previous protocols. My name is Clement Sasa, just to clarify, from the Ministry of Energy, from a unit code or from a department code, Office for Promoting Private Power Investment. So we're gladly happy to be invited to participate in these discussions, because that's what we deal with on a daily basis. These are the challenges we do experience along our chain of development of these projects. We always end up looking forward to a power purchase agreement at the end of all the project package processes. Thank you very much. I would like to begin my speech or remarks by first of all conveying my apologies from the Permanent Secretary, Technical Services, who has been unable to attend this meeting due to prior commitments, and that information I think was communicated to Transparent International. So I will begin. It gives me a great pleasure to represent the Office of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy, this morning during this stakeholder platform to discuss issues pertaining to the energy sector, particularly power purchase agreement. As you all know, the current administration has identified key sectors to foster economic growth and development of this country. And the energy sector is key to unlock economic potential of the country. You may wish to know that the role of the Ministry of Energy is to provide oversight and policy direction in the sector. This is conducted in partnership with other key ministries, public institutions, and other stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, you are aware of the challenges that have recently negatively impacted this sector in terms of the power balance. As a ministry, we assure delegates here that the government through the ministry is working around the clock to ensure that these challenges are addressed promptly. This administration, as committed by the Republican President, has an open door policy, and we are open to constructive dialogue with relevant stakeholders on these and related matters. Coming to the issue at hand today, relating to power purchase contracting and transparency in the energy sector, I would like to reiterate that we are willing to listen to the proposals to be discussed today. The ministry acknowledges the need for transformation and investment in the sector. We have been exploring and working on opportunities with investors and cooperating partners in the energy sector to diversify and increase our energy portfolio. You may wish to know that Zambia is basically dominated by hydropower to a tune of about 3,400 megawatts, out of which 86% is hydro, and out of this generation capacity, almost 1/3 is domiciled on the Zambezi River at the Kariba complex. And this complex is prone to drought because the catchment areas are around Western Province, Eastern Angola, which are really prone to drought. So when you have elements where there are climate change issues, the power plant's operations could be impacted negatively. So to do that, the ministry is actually diversifying the generation mix in Zambia by bringing in renewables such as solar, wind, and other alternative sources. Further, we are also diversifying our generation through location. We are diversifying our generation plant by location to the upper half of the country where rainfall is more prolific and the areas are less prone to drought, such as the Wapula, the Kalunguish River, Lufugu, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry acknowledges there is increased interest and scrutiny in the sector, and the work we are undertaking, this includes interest in how power is being contracted in a transparent way, is key. We remain committed to ensure that stakeholders and public view of the sector is undertaken as much as transparently as possible. As the government through the ministry, we are here and open to consider the submissions to be discussed in this forum and extend gratitude to the conveners. As I conclude, allow me to take this opportunity to convey the ministry's gratitude to our cooperating partners and multiple stakeholders who have provided and committed support to the ministry. So we look forward to fruitful discussions. I would like to conclude by stating that in the line of our duty at the Office for Promoting Private Power Investment and the ministry, would like to state that we have a number of projects that have been packaged for development, but the issue of bankability hinges on power purchase agreements. And these power purchase agreements have to be negotiated and agreed at a price that is going to provide a good return on investment by the private sector, as well at the same time to have a balance in the price so that people can afford. So the issue of affordability and rate of return by the investor is a balance that has to be managed in the whole process of procuring power projects. So transparency is actually the whole contracting process is key. I look forward to the discussions today, and I want to thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clement Sasa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the gentleman deserves a bigger round of applause. A round of applause for him. Okay, so like everyone in this room, I too do not look forward to being load shedded. I can confirm that that blackout was not load shedding. It was just a minor technical glitch. But thank you so much. That was Mr. Clement Sasa, who is the manager under the office for promoting private power investment at the Ministry of Energy. If you could not have a better person to be here participating in this conversation, I think he's the perfect man to be here. So now, from there, we'll move back to the remarks on the regional perspective, and this is going to come from the Growth for Energy Hub. Okay, so now also, we're not going to take any questions right now. We will have questions a little bit later on. So what we will do now, however, is we'll move straight into the presentation. That is the presentation of the case study. The reason that we're all here today, the reason for us to get a better understanding and to gain some very much needed knowledge from this very, very convenient meeting that we're having here this morning. So I'll call upon Mr. Bernard Temple to come and give us this presentation. Is it Mr. Bernard Temple that I'm calling forward? All right. A round of applause for Mr. Bernard Temple, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. I don't know how we're controlling this slide. Sorry? I can control it. Okay. Is it possible you put it in presentation mode, please? All right, sure. Okay, so I'll talk on the study that we did on Zambia. That's the power purchase agreement transparency, a case study. So it has a lot of twists and turns. Some things are intuitive if you're in the industry, some things are not intuitive if you're not in the industry. But I urge everyone here to keep an open mind. Like we've heard, there are always fingers being pointed at someone. It's not the government, it's a politician. It's not a politician, probably it's a regulator. If it's not a regulator, then it's ESCO. And to the other extreme, you then go to the company which is actually involved in the transaction. But at the end of the day, what we all want is to have reliable electricity. So it's important that we keep an open mind, because that's the only way we are going to grow the sector. That's the only way we are going to make the sector sustainable. And that outcome is what we all desire for ourselves at individual level and also for our country as Zambia. So there, okay, so this is the outline. I'll give a general overview or an introduction to the energy sector. And this will largely focus on Zambia, to just be very brief. Then I'll talk a bit on what a purchase power agreement is. Thereafter, I'll move to purchase power agreements in Zambia. Then we'll provide recommendations. Now, my controller has moved. Controller of slide. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so this is broadly the structure of the energy sector and many other sectors, right? So you have the supplier, In this case, you can think of it, if you're talking of electricity, you can think of it as generation. Then you have transportation in the middle. The grid lines that you see when you're driving, say, from Siabonga into Lusaka, or when you're driving along Leopards Hill, or when you're on the Copper Belt, you see the grid lines. That's what is generally referred to as transportation. So you're transporting electricity from the generation point to some point. And then the last bit, or the third bit of the sector of the electricity system is the consumption. And consumers are here. We heard that people don't want to be shaded. Why? Because you are consumers and it annoys you, so you not buy and just go make a loss, or CC will make a loss, or a particular company will make a loss. So on the generation side, which is the supply, that's where you find a lot of issues in terms of big money issues. On the other end of the consumption, that's where you find a lot of issues to do with transmission losses. So when you hear transmission losses or distribution losses, just think of it as a loss to the supplier of that electricity. So if you are not connected properly, for example, and then you are not being billed properly, then a company like Zesco or a company that is supplying electricity is making a loss. But on the other end of on the supply side of the equation of the system are the generators. And generally the generators, the power purchase agreements that we're going to talk about or talk to or speak to today are under that umbrella of the supply. And maybe just to quickly bring everyone to speed, of these three, the first one, that's where a lot of money is spent, and that's where there are good margins as well in the sector. So there's a lot of issues there, and there's a lot of interest to protect and incentives to change someone's behavior or to get a number on something. Yeah, next slide, please. So we'll focus on the supply side, because like I said, that's where the power purchase agreements that we're speaking to are focused on, or that they at least that's the entry point of power purchase agreement. The next slide. So just to give you an idea of energy mix. So I'll be quite deliberate to explain some things in detail and some things in a light way. In part because I know that not everyone here is conversant with the sector. So I'll try to, for those who are in the sector, if I get to give unnecessary detail, just bear with me, because there's some people who actually are not from the sector. But they know the importance of transparency. They know the impact of lack of transparency that will have on their lives. So I'll try to explain a bit more. So this is the energy mix of Zambia. In 2020, we got this data from ERB, which produces very nice reports on the energy sector. I would encourage everyone here to read. It's in public domain. So you would see that, you will immediately see that hydropower dominates our sector. Now, if you are from an institution that is also cares about climate change, or you're just an individual who cares about climate change, this graph is quite impressive. That much of what we use in Zambia is actually renewable energy. That's hydro and solar. But you immediately be sad, perhaps, if you learn that almost 100% 4 years ago of electricity was produced from renewable. So we've actually increased into the dirty side of energy supply. That is the core. And also we've seen the heavy fuel oil, which is a HFO, what you may have heard as being referred to as dollar energy. However, this graph speaks to many things that should be of interest to everyone, and activities that are happening in the sector are also of interest. For example, because it's hydro, a drought is going to impact the supply of electricity, or the security of supply of electricity. It will force government or ZESCO or the decision makers in the energy sector to make certain decisions in order to cover for that. But the way the impact comes through these technologies, say when you refer to hydro,
it's short term. At times it can be long term, at times it's short term. So if it is short term, what do you do in the meantime? If it's, you know that you're going to be in deficit for about 3 months. Do you start building a power plant today? Or you say, well, we are going to import? And if you are going to import, what's the process of importing? If you import, it means that you have entered into a power purchase agreement. I'll define what a power purchase agreement. But immediately, what that means is that if it's a bad deal, you might pay a higher tariff for it. But thankfully, the regulator is present. It has, whoever has imported has to get permission from the regulator to increase the price, right? So you are protected there. But there are other contracts that force someone to import. Why? Because if they do not import that electricity or that energy, then the people who are mandated to supply that electricity are supposed to pay for not supplying that. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. If you get into these supply agreements, right? So either on the consumer side, what we talked about on the consumer side, or on the buyer side. So if you are ZESCO is, let me use ZESCO. ZESCO sits as a buyer if it's buying from an independent power producer who is an IPP. And when it goes to FQM, it's behaving as a seller. Now, for FQM to be comfortable that ZESCO is a reliable partner in the business, in their business, right? Because it's a very sensitive business. Shut down a plant, you're going to lose a lot of millions. FQM is going to say, ZESCO, I need 10 megawatts of power from you. Then ZESCO say, no problem. We can guarantee that we supply the 10 megawatts of power to you. Then it says, what are you going to do if you can't? Then ZESCO says, there will be a penalty that I need to pay you for failing to deliver. Okay. Good. Then ZESCO also says, now, if you want 10 megawatts of power, what am I going to do to you, FQM, if you don't consume the 10 megawatts? Then FQM says, no, what you do is you're going to charge me for not using your power. So already you've created a situation where power must be supplied no matter what, right? That's clear? So when there's a load shedding, when there is a deficit in supply of electricity, someone is already making a loss. Not just because they are not selling, but because they are not selling and they also have to pay that person they are not selling, the person they guarantee, right? So if you are the government and you're looking at this graph, you know that load shedding might come through hydro, right? All things being constant. If there's a drought, then you expect load shedding to come through this. Then you are concerned about how you're going to maneuver in that space of making sure that you don't make even bigger losses by paying out money for not supplying power. Now, when power is imported, you as an individual, you may not be impacted by change in price. But the company which imports, in this case, which is ZESCO or which is CEC, might be impacted. So let's leave it there for now. Then we'll come back to it to explain the complexity and the reason why transparency might help resolve some of those situations. Next slide, please. So these are the key players in the sector. You heard me talk about ZESCO. You heard me talk about the regulator. You heard me talk about CEC, independent power producers, more like the solar plants that we have in the economic zone here in Osaka. Mambako is an independent power producer. Lola Energy is an independent power producer. And many other power producers. Mining firms play a huge role in the sector. Why? Because they consume over 50% of the electricity we generate in the country. So if we generate electricity or the supply of electricity, 50% of that goes to the mining companies. And then there is also households. Now, households play a very interesting role. So they are the second largest consumer of power, which is over 30%. But also in households, that's where you find water. And that complicates things, right? Because you're not just a consumer of electricity, but you have the power to remove someone from a political office. And that creates a dilemma, a principal agent dilemma. Should someone be transparent with you, and if they're transparent, then you realize, oh, actually someone somewhere on Facebook said that this deal was a bad deal, therefore I'm going to vote them out. Or someone says, well, I want to hold on to power, so I would rather not give them an opportunity to say that my deal was bad. I would rather they debate an issue without facts. So households, we are very critical. We are very critical because we vote, and also because we consume what is generated in the country. Next slide, please. So what is the PPA? Next slide. The PPA is basically a handshake. It's basically a contract that says, I'm going to do this and you're going to do that. So it talks to issues to do with pricing, it talks to do with payment obligations, it talks to do with guarantees. What are you going to do if you fail to pay me? That is in the PPA. So a PPA is just basically a contract that governs the whole supply of electricity between two partners. And there is what is called a seller and there is what is called a buyer. So in this case, ZESCO is a buyer. Sometimes you hear people you refer to ZESCO as an off-taker. Here in certain platforms, people talk about ZESCO is a sole off-taker. Others will say, no, it's not actually a sole off-taker. It's a preferred off-taker. Right? And then there are sellers. In this case, the sellers are Mamba Coal, they are the solar plants you have, they are Dollar Energy, or what used to be called Dollar Energy. The same for example, that's a seller of electricity. So in short, purchase power agreement contains commercial issues. And in the past, we know, or at least we have an idea, that commercial details or commercial secrets are always difficult to handle. They protect someone. They may not protect you as a consumer. They may protect you as a consumer. Overall, they protect someone's interest, which is largely the people involved in the transaction. Next slide. So, the whole idea of the PPA is to be able to facilitate smooth operations of the sector, and particularly smooth operations of the sector when it comes to private sector involvement. Now, the private sector involvement, depending on your ideological position, you may not like them, but they are very critical in our current environment in Zambia. Why? Because they can mobilize resources, additional resources, and reduce the pressure from the treasury or our treasury. And in this case, you heard people from Ministry of Finance talk about questions to do with money. If someone says we need to put power plants, it requires a lot of money. Where would that money come from? So if the private sector is involved, it gives an opportunity for the government to say, okay, I'm going to focus on sector A, and you as a private sector can focus on the energy sector. And the government in this case, I'm not saying that they completely look the other way, but I'm just saying that there will be money that will be available to focus on something else. In this case, it could be education, it could be buying medicine to hospitals, it could be building roads, it could be many other things, right? But with a PPA in place, a good PPA in place, PPA that is trusted, the private sector can come in and help cover some gap that exists in the sector. So without a stable PPA, private sector is always wary, and they don't like taking risks that they can't calculate. Because the PPA in itself is a very complicated document, and usually it's over a long-term period, and it's across a period of political tenure, right? So term of office in Zambia is 5 years before you get to different elections. But if you sign a contract, for example, in the previous regime, you want that contract to be honored in this current regime. So as an investor who is a private sector, you care about such things. So you want all the clauses to be solid. You also want to be sure that they're also defensible despite or in spite of the person leading a country, or the presidency or the party leading a country. So it makes that thing to have political implications. But how does the PPA affect you? I've started the whole issue of how it affects you. Now, if we are to say electricity tariffs will be decided upon every month, like the way fuel is decided, right? It means that every time there is an import of electricity, even 1 megawatt, even 2 megawatts, even 200 megawatts, the price that you're going to purchase the electricity is going to be changing every month. And you as an individual should be concerned about that. That's number one. Then secondly, the things that you go to buy in the shops, electricity is involved in producing. So the prices might be changing. Things that someone would say inflation, right? So you are going to be impacted by the PPA through inflation. If ERB is able to protect you on what you see on the price, you might be affected through inflation because an institution can decide not to import. And because they decide not to import, the person who was supposed to produce a commodity at price 1 kwacha decides to produce the commodity through other means, and the price of that commodity goes 2 kwacha. So you've impacted. That's how you impact. But even more interestingly, like as the case is for ZESCO and as the case is for our country, it's through the treasury. Now, through the treasury, how? Every time you go to buy something that is worth millions, anyone who is going to sell it to you is interested in knowing how you're going to pay. So if the treasury money is involved, which is your money, which you contribute to that through your taxes, then you should be concerned about what factors affect the spending of that money. Regardless of your political inclination, regardless of your ideological position, you should be interested in how your money is spent. For example, if I work for the government and I steal 20 million from the Ministry of Health, it means that they may not be managed by medicine. If you get sick, you go to the hospital. The medicine that you're supposed to be given, it's in my pocket. So you might end up losing out. And then you might end up dying. No one wants to die. Right? Everyone wants to go to heaven, but no one wants to die, like Bob Marley said. So you have to be concerned about the contents of the purchase power agreement. However, these documents are generally signed in secret. You hear, oh, company X has a purchase power agreement with ZESCO, for example, or Mamaco has a power purchase agreement with ZESCO. Then you ask yourself, what are the details? I mean, if this purchase power agreement might impact my chances of seeing today, or seeing tomorrow, or dying today, then you should be interested. But if they're signed in secret. So in the next slide, I talk about the challenges that this issue, the signing of power purchase agreement in secret, brings. So there is suboptimal pricing, and we've heard this if you've attended the regulators' public hearings on electricity. Whenever a regulator, whenever ZESCO in this case or any other public utility applies to a tariff adjustment, there is this public hearing. And in part, one of the reasons they ask for the tariff to be adjusted is because the supplier thinks that the price or the tariff at which they're selling electricity to you is not economical. Now, that people debate to say what is an economic price. And at times, it's not economical because of the decisions that that institution has made. So if I come to you, who is my friend, and I buy millimil for 500, then I go and sit in town and I'm selling millimil at 600. Then the government says, no, well, ERB, there's ERB, and says, no, you're going to sell this millimil at 100 kwacha. Then I'll immediately cry foul, right? Say, no, but I'm making a loss. And indeed, I'm making a loss. But what has not been interrogated is how come, or why did I buy 500? But if you don't know that I bought this millimil at 500, you will then maybe feel sorry for me and say, well, Ghana regulator, could you please adjust the tariff? And immediately the tariff is adjusted. So me and my friend are making huge profit when actually we would have sold 5 times less or 6. Right? So there is an issue of pricing. And this issue of pricing dominates our politics. It dominates different ideological positions that people take, the involvement of ZESCO in the sector, why ZESCO has to be privatized, it has to be privatized. So people will be talking about things that perhaps do not understand. And they'll tell you, no, ZESCO is making a loss, ZESCO is making a loss. In their head, it's because they think the decisions that ZESCO is making are bad decisions. But we don't know if they're bad decisions because we don't know the input, right? We don't know the cost at which they're buying things. But if we know, then we say, yes, ZESCO is making bad decisions. That's not in defense of ZESCO, but it's just to keep an open mind on why certain things have to be in place before we make critical decisions as a country. Then the issues to do with overcapacity. So this happened in Ghana, where they contracted power, then you come to the market, then you realize, oh, the consumption and the supply is more than the consumption. So who is going to pay for those contracts? Treasury. Whenever you hear treasury, think of the chances of dying today or chances of sin. So that becomes very clear. Then the issues to do with debt risk. So this happens when a situation of you import power, you sell it, you import power at this price, you sell it at this, at high price, you sell it at a low price. Means that you'll not be able to pay your obligations. And if you're not able to pay obligations, your company can be seized. And in 2019, I don't know if you followed the discussions, there was a rumor going around that some lender to this institution wanted to seize this other institution because they couldn't pay their dues. And also, we've heard of Mamba Co, for example, suing ZESCO for not paying for not fulfilling their obligations. So there are issues there. And the debt risk is very interesting because remember, the regulator is protecting the consumer, or at least is also looking out for the interest of the consumer, not just the supplier. Right? So if the consumer says, no, you're not going to sell, you're not going to increase electricity by 500%, and the supplier says, if I don't increase electricity by 500%, then I'll default on my payments. Then that's what it's called. Right? Then there's system instability or system stability. This has to do with the more you bring of variable energy like wind and solar or intermittent supply, the more unstable the system becomes. So you need to know as stakeholders what is being contracted. If you are going to have 100% electricity, what needs to be done? It's not 100% renewable electricity or solar electricity or wind electricity. You need to know what needs to be done. And if there is no stabilizing technology, for example, like a pumped hydro or a stabilizing technology like battery, then you have to ask the supplier to say that, oh, look, you're contracting solar, but you're not compensating on stabilization of the grid. You're not reinforcing the grid, for example. What's the reason? Because if you are the mining sector, you are interested, and it is very critical that there is stable electricity, because when you are operating in a mining environment, or say there was a time, for example, Constant and Chelachi solar farms, they were 24/7. So basically their demand was flat. In a house, for you and me, it's up, down, right? But in certain environments, it doesn't matter what time of the day, it has to be flat. That's what happens in the mine. Many of these institutions or manufacturing sectors that way. So you need stability. Then there's also governance risk. I talked of me buying mini from my friend, who I love so much, who also helps me pay fees for my children at 500, then selling the mini in city center at 600. Then if I make a loss, I go to the regulator. That is where the corruption is. The governance risk. It is huge. And we need to know what contracts have been issued now, in the past, and in the future. We need to know. Because we don't want to be financed, you don't want to finance my lifestyle. I mean, if the regulator approves 600, I'll come in this new suit or in this new vehicle, I'll buy a house in this place, I'll start this business, and you will continue to be losing money, right? Because certain things are just zero sum. Say that I have it, and you don't have it, or you have it and they don't, right? So it's also our own interest. And like I'll use the first name. Raymond said, where there's big money, there are always games, right? We know that where there's big money, there are always games. And because they're long term, if I'm a politician today, I know that if I help you, I can benefit off you for the next 10, 15 years. So even if I leave office today, I'll still be benefiting from what's happening. So governance issues, governance risks there. Then the obvious things of investments. When you want to invest in a sector, you get a document, and you go to your financer. Mr. Sasa talked of, Engineer Sasa talked of bankability. You go to a bank for a loan. You present to say that I'm guaranteed market for the next 15 years. So if you give me money, I'll pay back my loan within 7 years, and then the other money is for me, right? So I'll wait for you for 7 years, then for 8 years, it is mine. So it makes your proposal banking makes it attractive. But immediately there's change of power, for example, or you differ with some person in location X or location Y, then your purchase power agreement is cancelled. Then you've made a loss. And it is bad for business that way. So you want your agreement to be transparent, to be trustworthy, to be able to defend you in an event that there's difference in opinion, there's personal differences, there's change in political office, there's change in economic environment. You want that. But above all, transparency generally or overall benefits. The outcome of a transparent process is better than an outcome of a process that is not transparent. Always. So even if you might lose power, even if you might make 20% profit instead of 50%, everyone else benefits from a transparent process. Next slide. So now we are going to continue the slides. We are going to talk briefly on issues to do with PPAs in Zambia. So this study focused on late 2010, to round about 2021, 2022 period, right? So between 2011 and 2021, that's a period of 11 years, we signed about 12 PPAs. Now, of these 12 PPAs, and when we say we sign, I'm using ZESCO as a public utility, and ZESCO was then and still is the off-taker. It is not the sole off-taker, but it's a preferred off-taker. The difference there is that not everyone is required to sell to ZESCO, but people love selling to ZESCO. Now, let me explain a bit on that. Why do people love selling to ZESCO? If you come in the market and you get a PPA from ZESCO, why is that important? It is important because ZESCO then takes on the risks on your behalf. Now, ZESCO has been very careful the last couple of years. They've been resisting signing some of these PPAs. They've been saying, oh, no, this PPA, we are not comfortable. But then they'll sign this other one, right? And if you know a bit more of what's happening in the background, you may actually side with ZESCO in some certain instances. But again, if you know, you don't know the difference between why this PPA was signed and not this PPA. So it brings in the issue, what motivated this person to sign this agreement and not this agreement when the facts are similar? Governance issues. If you have any questions, I'll explain a bit more there. Of the 12 PPAs that were signed, only 2 were in a competitive process, meaning that you could check what the price at which commodity was bought for, or power was procured, and these are the solar plants, Bangour and Wayne in Lusaka South, the economic zone. The rest of the power plants, or the rest of the power purchase agreements, we don't know the details. We know the duration, but not the details. If you look at what has been happening, if you take a closer look at why do we care about transparency? A place like ZESCO is struggling with debt. So it means that they may be up to date with their obligations in terms of paying back some loans, but they may not have enough money to invest in new capacity. Or when an investor looks at their projects or their books, they are concerned that ZESCO is not an attractive institution. And therefore, you will be impacted. You are here in the power boards, right? You'll be impacted because ZESCO, when ZESCO goes to the market, the investor says, no, I can't give you money. Why can't you give me money? Because your books are not right. Why? How come no? Your debt situation looks terrible. Now, like I said, the debt situation is not because of one factor. There are many factors, right? But part of that stems from the fact that some of these PPAs were not contracted the right way, or were suboptimally priced. That's where some of the problems come. And if you look at what's happening with arrears, ZESCO's arrears to independent power producers, was about $1.1 billion US. That's a huge amount of money. That's significant amount of money. And that's just on the arrears for the PPA. And you may wonder where does that amount come from, right? You remember in 2015, 2016, there was that bad load shedding. And then we were told that there was a ship that docked in Mozambique, and we were importing from Mozambique. The then Minister of Energy, Dola Seria, said for every three-quarter of power we were importing, we were selling on the local market for 1/4. Now, why we were importing at 3/4 and selling at 1/4? I don't know, right? But at least I know why we couldn't adjust the price on the local market, because you needed to go through the regulator. But why we bought that power at 3/4 should be of interest to you. For many reasons. One of them is, we don't know if actually there was someone who went and said, we can sell you power for 2/4. So they are both bad, because you're only selling at 1/4 at the local market. But at least the impact is 50% less. Right? So you should be interested in those things. And if you look at the Auditor General's report of 2019, financial year 2019, it shows that all the PPAs ZESCO had, they made a loss. But then they went to say that the loss was because the tariff was not cost reflective. Now, the cost reflective tariff, like I said, has many factors to it. Is it suboptimal price, the tariff? Is it very low because of ZESCO's poor decisions when it comes to contracting power? Or it is very low because the regulator hasn't approved ZESCO's application? So those are two different things that we should keep in mind. Lack of transparency basically brings issues to do with accountability and governance concerns. And anyone you're going to talk to, or with regards to load shedding, or tariff application that ZESCO has made, or the recently approved connection fees that they have made, there's just this, if information is there, you kill all those useless political discussions that people have, right? But information is not there. So you keep talking about things that you otherwise wouldn't talk about. Because, and if you don't talk, you don't waste your 2 hours, you probably find something productive, right? But if every time you're talking about something that, if you have the information, if you just say, well, I know the facts, why should I engage in this? So it changes how the country also allocates its time, and citizens allocate their time when things are transparent. And this is very important because every year or every time there's an election, there's always a promise around tariffs. It doesn't matter which party is in power or which party wants to be in power. There's always a promise around tariffs. Someone will say the tariffs are too high and will bring them down. Some people, mainly those who are in government, they know the truth, so they will try to be quiet about it, and because they're quiet, immediately you think that they're hiding something. They're just short of telling you that, oh, the way things are looking, you're going to increase the tariff rate. Okay. Now, okay, next slide. So, what's the state of PPA transparency? If you look at the regulator, so ERB is the big boy in this whole issue, right? Or anything to do with energy prices. That is why our colleague from ERB immediately said, I don't want to be asked why we increase the fuel prices, right? Because they are at the core of everything that happens in the sector. So ERB gives guidelines on how it assesses purchase power agreements. It kind of tells you exactly what is required to do, what they consider, and those kinds of things. So they kind of help you if you are an institution that wants to apply or invest in the sector. They kind of help you with that. So ERB, however, does not give the details that we want with regards to these PPAs. They will tell you what PPA was signed in a particular year in a report called State of the Energy Sector Report. It's published every year, and the record is very good. It goes back many years, I think 20, 2007 or 2009. Like every year there is a report that they so in that report, under PPAs, they give the partners in that PPA the duration of that. But you see, those are not the juicy details that we want, right? We want how is that going to affect me? Knowing who is making money doesn't change my life. I want to know how I'm going to be affected by what has been signed. So ERB doesn't give those details. However, there are some laws or regulations or let me say laws, which speak to some of these issues to do with transparency or to do with the overall governance of the electricity sector. Those are the four things that we think of, or that play a critical role in the sector. The third one talks to the treasury. Remember, you die today or you live tomorrow. If your money is not taken care of well, you die today. If the money is taken care of well, you wake up and say good morning to your loved ones tomorrow. However, these laws do not cover or do not mandate that ERB gives the details around pricing. Now, even if you put political pressure on ERB to release, if they say we're not going to release, there's nothing. But you have to ask yourself the question, why was it that Wenye and Bangweolo, the two solar plants, why were they free to come out and say, this power that I'm selling to ZESCO is at this price? And actually, the two plants are selling the power to ZESCO at different prices. Why were they free? And why can't some company, which will remain unnamed, X, not be free to release that information? Your guess is as good as mine. Next slide, please. So, some factors that affect what PPA we get into. I talked about inadequate generation capacity when I was speaking to the graph showing the hydro component, the 3 months component. That's one key issue. If you need power now, you need to make a plan, like the way it is now. We are experiencing load shedding. We are all upset with the government. And unfortunately, when we are upset with the government, we don't seek the facts. We just say, the government said. And then the government tries to explain, then we say, no, you say it. Right? Then the government said, okay, I'll go and get power. And then the shedding ends. And you're all like, yay. 10 years down the line, then you hear, oh, actually, the debt stock has increased. and you're like, oh, when did it happen? This government, they tried to explain to you, but you didn't. You get it, right? So inadequate capacity. Then the issues to do with, you know when power is being negotiated, they say you don't negotiate when you're on an empty stomach, right? When you're hungry, anything tastes good. So you find most of the times, like I gave a period. For example, the period when we are getting electricity from the ship. These are moving turbines, right? They're docked somewhere and they keep moving. Whenever there's a disaster, it's actually literally a ship that moves providing power. So you heat up the turbines and they produce power and they connect to the grid. You were in a desperate situation. Then you go there and someone tells you, oh, power, I can sell you power, 3 kwacha. Then immediately you say, okay, the guy I've been negotiating with 2 months was selling at 4 kwacha. Therefore, 3 kwacha is better. Then the guy selling at 3 kwacha says, okay, I need to tie this guy to 6 months because I know that when he leaves my desk, he's going to negotiate with someone. And chances of him getting a good deal are high. A good deal could be 2 kwacha. Not 1 kwacha, but 2 kwacha. Right? So you tie the person or the government to a deal of 3 kwacha. Then someone comes, right? Someone comes and says, no, you see, this government didn't listen. I was talking to them and I told them I would sell power at 1 kwacha, 15 way. And that is on social media. And immediately it breaks loose. But even if you came with 0.5 kwacha, or 15 way, for example, the government is not going to break that contract, because if they break that contract, they have to pay for that power that they are already in agreement with to purchase, right? So if you don't know the timings, it becomes an issue that you start thinking that there's corruption. There could be corruption. But if you don't know the facts, you don't know if there is or there isn't. But something that has to do with politicians is generally mistrust. We just think that anything that a politician is involved in, there's corruption. It's just a general mistrust. If you don't think so, probably the next person to you thinks so, right? That is why when you're heading to elections, people make statements around, we are going to end corruption. Why? Because they know that society generally just thinks that politicians and corruption. And actually, if you look at the sentiments, so I do a lot of this crazy analysis, right? You get social media data, Facebook data, all the data, you get it, say for 2 years. You extract every place where corruption is mentioned. Every place, like, you can mine social media data, right? You get all that data, then you just check corruption, then you get all the posts that have to do with corruption. You find a lot of them, right? Some of them have to do with a police officer being arrested, a former permanent secretary. Then you hear this MP or this former minister or this minister is involved in corruption. The number of comments that will be on that post would be more than the number of comments that are on the post of the police officer being corrupt. It tells you that people generally think corruption and politics one and the same time, right? That's generally how people think. So that becomes a political issue. Then there is also this issue of needing to balance between access to electricity and the cost-reflective tariff. So if you are the government, you know that if I increase the price, so many people will not have access to electricity. You will be more careful not to get the power purchase agreement and just increase the price anyhow, because you know that price talks to affordability, and if the price is high, people will not be able to access electricity. But electricity is important for the country's. Thanks. That's too much. People are interested in electricity is important in people's lives in terms of improving their lives, in terms of health and the like, also on many levels. So if you, for example, if you use charcoal to cook your food, your respiratory system might have developed problems compared to if you use electricity. So people understand that. And if when government starts considering those two poles or those two seemingly contradictory ideas, increasing access, universal access to electricity, and cost-reflective tariff, they are able to then bring in power, subsidize it, or buy power at high price and sell it at a low price. But if you know that, you may probably sympathize with your political leaders and not think of it as a corrupt act. But if you don't know that, immediately it becomes a political issue. Next slide, please. Now, let's take a step back. Does non-disclosure of purchase power agreements mean there's corruption, or mean that ZESCO has poorly negotiated the contracts? You will find this sentiment will start once you start the public hearing. And the two gentlemen from ERB can bear witness. They'll just say, someone just stands up and says, these contracts are poorly negotiated. Then you ask, how do they know? Do they know the terms? They could be poorly negotiated. But they could not. So what's the answer to this? As you may guess. Next slide, please. Another slide. However, if someone doesn't tell you what is in a contract, there's no way you can actually know what's happening. And in this case, there's no way to know that power we are procuring from Mamba Core is optimal, or power we are procuring from Nsemfa is optimal. There's no way to tell. So lack of knowledge is not a sign of corruption, but it is lack of knowledge, and particularly if someone refuses to give you information, you start suspecting that there's corruption involved. Because others have in the past given the information. So that now should be our interest. That now should be our interest. We don't want to start blaming politicians over things. We want to know. So how do we know? Next slide. We have these 3 recommendations. So the first one speaks to the issue of disclosure. We recommend from the study, because of the complexity and just the issue, you don't know this, you don't know this, it could be this, it could be that. You know, if you keep talking about things that, imagine you go home and then you ask the maid, has this child eaten? Then the maid says, I don't know. Or the maid says, I can't say. It's state secret. You start wondering, what's going on? Like, what's going on, right? But and you may even end up firing the maid if the maid doesn't know if the person who was supposed to eat, a child, a minor who is supposed to eat, hasn't or has eaten. You may say this person is irresponsible. But if you get home and then you ask the maid, has this child eaten? Then the maid says, yes, this child ate at 10, this child ate this at 10, at 12, this child ate this. You think that that maid is responsible. So we are saying, others have done it. It's not a new issue. Why don't you mandate that all PPAs are disclosed, the details? An example has already been set. We know how much we are paying for the power that is coming from Bangalore and when. There are 2 sites, similar technology, different costing, different price. No one is complaining about it. So even if there are 2 hydro plants, it doesn't mean that the price should be the same. But what the opportunity it will give us is to be able to say, oh, actually, I don't like that guy, the Mamba Core, or I don't like the Ngwenye guy. I don't like person X. Why? Because their power is up. But if you look at whatever was happening, these were the best offers that we had on the market. So even if I don't like them, I'll live with them. You know the truth, right? So we recommend that there has to be amendment and make the PPAs fully disclosed, particularly the prices, and also knowing why was this. We'll be able to compare why was this approved and not this. Then the other issue is access to information. This is it was quite counterintuitive when someone gave us this recommendation, like when we were doing interviews with them, and then they bring up this issue. Then they say, no, this access to information doesn't just mean political issues. It means even financial issues. And information is just information, full stop. So when you hear in Parliament they are debating access to information bill, like, hey, what's the abbreviation? ATA, right? When you hear that, you should be interested. Because if you're an academic, this helps you as well. You don't need to go to great lengths to find information if you're doing research. You just say, oh, Zesco, I've come here, you're a public institution, I've come to collect information. Zesco tells you, here's the information. But if without that, you keep going around circles. And if your funding is 6 months, if you're doing a master's degree, it finishes, you have to pay out of pocket. But with access to information, if it's enacted or when it's enacted, that kind of helps. And just creates that level of trust. But of course, you have to think, what is the incentive of a politician not to act this? Remember, someone can just say, this is a bad deal. And immediately, a good deal becomes bad. Even if all factors show that it's a good deal, it immediately becomes bad. And you can vote out a person. So information also has got negative consequences, right? Facebook is an example, misinformation. You share something, everyone is big. Then, we also recommend that when approving these PPAs, it is important that we check what other countries are doing. The market is similar. I mean, we are connected through South. So if the plant can be put in Zambia, it can also be put in South Africa. But somehow just a plant is planted in Zambia and is costing us 3/4, when if the same plant is in South Africa, it's costing us 2/4. Same technology, 2/4 or 1/4, and then you start asking, what's really happening? But also it's important for the investor, right? Maybe it's our regulations that are causing the price to go up. So it protects the investor now to engage government and say that, no, maybe change this aspect of the law and change this other aspect of the law. Next slide, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. So like most of us in this room, I too have quite a few questions. I can imagine the number of questions that are coming. I can also imagine some people dreading to hear some questions. But I mean, we look forward to having a conversation where all of us gain information. So now, what we can do for now is jot down our questions. We'll be going out for a tea break, but it's going to be a quick one. So we're just going to get our drinks and come back inside. And from there, we can get into discussion. We'll hear from a few people. Then all of us thereafter shall be given the time to ask our questions and also participate and also give their take on what we have just heard. A round of applause again for the doctor. Thank you so much. So we can step outside for tea, and from there we come back inside.
So Hamilton, this is the time to do the video thingy. It's a Mac. That's why it's called a Mac. I'm fine.
Okay, play the video.
Yeah, so I think that's the same video.
Can I?
Oh, this one is location. So community computers.
So what am I getting? Oh, yeah. So I'm getting which one am I getting? So you're saying it's the same thing?
You don't have a headphone jack, I guess, your phone.
Before I proceed, I would like to thank and Energy Transparency International Zambia and the Center for Trade and Policy Development, together with the Zambia EITI, for coming together to organize this PPA transparency. Energy poverty impacts over 3 billion people worldwide, and the majority of those live here in Africa. Small-scale approaches, therefore, to ending energy
Unless we get yeah.
We should, I don't know why you're not invited. You give me your phone number. I'm not a good transition to Islamic. Somebody was trying to call me. I use a very I will not say. No matter no, you can leave us because I'm very good. Without changing our addresses, but the phone. The thing is that at the core, all of us know the right way. That is to we can't trust politicians. Yeah. No, the thing is that you who are doing politicians, you will speak very nice things. Then the moment you become, you don't just complain to I don't understand. Interest. We should never forget about that. The interest that they maximize is personal interest. So who is then doing personal? So you have to create something like structure such that it's very difficult to maximize. That's why they don't come here. But it was a nice place.
I'll send it by WhatsApp.
Oh, okay.
Okay. If he comes late, we can always.
Where will we? Just this. It's a situation where
there's no other presentation.
So, should I? Yes. So, you just have to use the sound. That's how the people in the pedestal also bring the. So we just have to what? We have to use the audio from the computer. The guy for the tech guy couldn't. They don't want the PPAs. I think it's going to be loud enough.
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we all enjoyed our lunch break. If there's still others that are still outside, it would be good for us all to be back inside. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go straight into the remarks on the regional perspective. This is the video that we're supposed to have played earlier. So this is coming from the Energy for Growth Hub. So we were unable to connect the audio from the laptop onto the PA system. So we're only going to have audio coming from the laptop. So I hope we'll all be able to hear. So we're going to go straight into that right about now.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to give these remarks at such an important event. Before I proceed, I would like to thank and commend the Energy for Growth Hub partners, Transparency International Zambia, and the Center for Trade and Policy Development, together with the Zambia EITI, for coming together to organize this public forum on PPA transparency. Energy poverty impacts over 3 billion people worldwide, and a majority of those live here in Africa. Small-scale approaches, therefore, to ending energy poverty, those that deliver only enough energy for household lighting and basic appliances, cannot therefore begin to address the demands of a growing economy such as Zambia. To become prosperous and economically competitive, low-income countries need a high energy future, driven by systems to power industrial and commercial development, job creation, and economic growth. The availability and reliability of large-scale energy is crucial because of electricity's role to drive such development. Attracting private capital to the sector and increasing the number of independent power projects is become a central part of developing countries' strategies to meet their growing demands for power and investment. And although they are an important vehicle for mobilizing capital, these projects are also costly, complex, and long-term, with multiple linkages to sovereign balance sheets and the wider economy. This is why we at the Energy for Growth Hub set up the PPA Transparency Project, which is focused on understanding power sector transparency in emerging markets such as Zambia, to support your government policymakers and planners, investors and funders to accelerate energy market development in order to reap the benefits of open competition. We all know that while PPAs, which are the power purchase agreements, the standard contract for financing electricity infrastructure, are necessary to attract private capital, they are often negotiated, signed, and implemented without any public knowledge. This non-disclosure has not been without its risks, and many African countries are paying the price. In fact, the power sector challenges you are facing today are not just peculiar to Zambia. At the regional level, the norm of unsolicited power procurement has led in many countries to overpaying, overcapacity, debt risk, systemic imbalances, governance risks, and corruption. Take Ghana, for example, which is in the midst of an economic crisis and seeking an IMF bailout similar to what Zambia received in 2022. Between 2011 and 2016, the government of Ghana procured electricity through parallel negotiations leading to 43 PPAs. From 2019 to 2021, payment for unused power, excess capacity charges, and legal settlements under these PPAs have reached almost $2 billion. Energy sector state-owned enterprise debts amounting to more than $1 billion have also been settled to creditors, including IPPs, from 2017 to 2020. Furthermore, we see a rise in relatively higher tariffs and poor pricing due to the lack of clear price disclosure, which usually reduces the incentive for least cost procurement. And so while the cost of solar and wind are rapidly declining in much more open and mature markets, countries such as Kenya are not seeing electricity tariff declining, but rather, as they bring on more renewable power, underlying prices have been rising. South Africa is reeling from decades of state capture, much of which is centered on private interests that influenced Eskom, the national utilities procurement, particularly the coal sector. Power outages are now regular occurrence, which are estimated to have cost the country about $1 million an hour. Unreliable power is an obstacle to African businesses. According to the World Bank, in 2019, 78% of firms in Africa experienced power outages, and 41% of firms identified electricity as a major constraint to their business operations, the highest in any region in the world. We all know that markets scale quickly when they are open, transparent, and are able to harness competition. And so in most mature markets, data on pricing and procurement are widely available. This allows competition to drive down prices, investors to understand the market, and consumers to know what contracts are being signed on their behalf. Africa needs a future of abundant, affordable, and reliable clean energy for everyone. But we cannot possibly succeed if every power plant's contract is custom negotiated behind closed doors, kept secret, and prices are shielded from the public. Making the core contract at the heart of power projects publicly available is a zero-cost way to reach that future. Contract disclosure has proven hugely beneficial in the extractive sector through such initiatives such as the EITI and in the public procurement sector. Contracts in power sector are just another form of procurement, so why not expect the same level of transparency and accountability? Government transparency around power projects contracts, and specifically for publishing PPAs, or at least establishing minimum disclosures standards for PPAs, would improve both economic and policy outcomes for power projects. It is our fervent hope that this PPA Transparency Forum serves as a catalyst for wider sector governance reforms and fosters a more inclusive and open dialogue between civil society and the Zambian government. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all productive deliberations.
What do we say for that, ladies and gentlemen? So that was the remarks basically on the original perspective, and it was coming from the Energy for Growth Hub. I'm pretty sure we'll put in a bit of an understanding from the original perspective of how energy is working and all that, isn't it? Yes? No? Did we get too much of our tea break? Okay, so this point in time, what we're going to do is we're going to go into hearing now back after the research that was given to us. Dr. Bernard Temple did give us quite the research and quite the information as well. Very insightful. A lot of information was given. A lot of raising eyebrow moments where in the crowd I could see a few people raising their eyebrows and wondering, huh, okay, I did not know this. I had a few myself. So, you know, it was one of those very insightful researchers. I think one of the best I've ever heard. I don't listen to many either, but you know, one of the best I've ever heard. So what we're going to do is, first of all, going to hear from the Energy Regulation Board. So the Energy Regulation Board, in terms of the research that was given to us, that is by Dr. Bernard Temple, I'd like, and I think everyone in here would like to hear from you. What is your take on it? And also, what is your perspective and your understanding and your recommendation based on what we heard from Dr. Bernard Temple? So I'll start with the gentleman on my left.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc, for that insightful presentation. It's a difficult task to comment because the presenter is actually the boss. But I will try not to make a career limited comments. In the ambit of what I can. But the recommendations definitely, like I said, insightful. My immediate reaction is that obviously in terms of entrenching transparency in contracting PPAs, one of the fundamental tools that should always be in place when you're dealing with a commercial transaction that involves obviously two parties is that you should have an avenue for regulatory intervention. I think that's in terms of regulatory intervention. Once you provide a very clear framework of regulatory intervention, then you are giving the sector, you're giving the country a chance to protect consumers. We are coming from a background where this regulatory intervention in terms of bilateral agreements such as the ones we're talking about today was not very clear. And as you may know, the regulator was a subject of litigation sometime back in 2014 because at the time it attempted to vary what was agreed in a particular PPA. And of course, that particular litigation has been protracted, but has since concluded via an exterior settlement. But with the coming in of the Electricity Act of 2019, which the doc aptly reviewed and gave us portions of that, what we have seen is that that particular regulatory intervention, I think, has been made very clear. The ERB has legal mandate expressly provided to determine bilateral tariff to be able to approve PPAs and PSAs before the same are enforced. So that's, I think that's in terms of the framework, that's the positive that we have now in the environment that we're working in. So as a starting point, the Electricity Act has stipulated, obviously, you can't have effective regulatory intervention if you do not have predictable legislation. So what the law has done now is from the onset, it has stipulated what the basic requirements of a PPA are under Section 19, and the law has stipulated some 10 aspects that a PPA needs to comply with under that particular section. One of those requirements is that the PPA should disclose expressly the tariff that is intended by the parties to that agreement, as well as the structure of the tariff. And the reason why that should be disclosed to the regulator, obviously, we're trying to strike a balance with the regulator between the commercial interests of the parties to agreement, but also the overall objective to protect consumers as was presented earlier. So the law has also gone a step further to define the considerations that the ERB will take into account in reviewing that. So you don't have an unpredictable process of determining that tariff review, when it's disclosed by parties to a PPA, because that criteria is defined in the section 30 of the Electricity Act. So that was my immediate reaction because of the very basis that the research has recommended some further legislative review to try and enhance that. But I just wanted to underscore the fact that I think where we're coming from and where we are now, we are in a much better place. So my only question is that in terms of disclosure, at what point do you recommend that disclosure be made? And I ask this question because if the disclosure, for example, there was reference to a sector report that we publish as a regulator, but obviously that comes after the fact. In terms of retail customers, you will have a chance because we have public hearings that we do before we do the tariff application by the utility or whoever is applying. But this particular scenario where we are approving bilateral tariff, that particular process is absent. So that is where the disclosure sits releasing. And if I was to delve into the minds of the framework of this particular law, I must have considered issues of expediency because there's quite a lot at stake in terms of commercial interest when these applications come to us. So we expected to have quite a quick turnaround time to approve so that we don't impede a business. So at what point, bearing in mind, obviously, the need for expediency and the need for that transparency, which would be much more entrenched if we gave an opportunity to the people that we get to contribute to make the comment for the year. What would be the best time to provide that disclosure?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't know if you have something else to say.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I think my colleague has covered most of the issues. Just to mention that, of course, for transparency, just to mention that it's for the legal department. As a lawyer, and I'm an engineer. I'm from the technical regulation department, but we were also expecting from economic regulation, basically looking at and our boss is always on me because I report to him all the board papers that we do to pass through. So he is part of the technical committee of the board. So maybe just to mention that the recommendations are very key, and just to support my colleague in terms of disclosure, at what point should that be done? And we are part of the regional regulator, and we share information across the region in terms of performance of the sectors. And from the past interactions that we've had, I think I haven't seen that disclosure in terms of the PPAs being provided for information. So probably with the recommendation that Doc has made, I think it's important that we interrogate further, even beyond the region, just to appreciate what is out there. But also more importantly is that the consumers are a key stakeholder in this process. And as a regulator, I think we sit in a place where
the utilities don't like you. The customers don't also like you because the customers will want to get a product at a very cheap price, if not for free. The utility would also want to get, their product at whatever margin, but then you say, no, you can't do that. And then, so that balancing act is quite a challenging task. But, just to probably echo the aspect of amendment of the laws, like my colleague mentioned, the amended law provides for us to now at least have a voice on the PPAs. And also probably the aspect of now disclosure of the procurement and all that. The competitive bidding, I think that is an open tender where you float whoever wants to invest in the sector, and then they present their bids with the price. Unlike where two parties engage and get to agree on the price in that particular contract. So all I'm saying is that the recommendations that have been made by DOC, I think they are most welcome, and that's something that we should be looking at going forward.
Thank you very much. So from what we have heard there, I think it's clear to say that one of the key problems that even the regulator might have is disclosure from what he has just said. So now we move on to Bright from TIZ. So Bright, from perspective, of course, of the NGOs and from what we've heard in the research that we saw and heard from. What are the problems that you see, and also how do you think that the NGO could possibly help in mitigating these problems in terms of disclosure and improving transparency as well? Because obviously there's a need to improve this transparency. So are we only talking about the ATI bill, or what else are we adding in there?
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I think let me start off by stating that I saw in the presentation that there was an assumption that was being made that perhaps we have politicians who are, good-hearted politicians. The starting point, I think, in terms of our assessment as civil society organizations, we are guided by the economic principle of self-interest, first of all. Everyone of us here is governed by self-interest. Okay? If we leave something unattended to, you need to be a very strong Christian for able to steal that particular item. Because all of us are governed, first of all, by self-interest. Then, in terms of developing laws, so you cannot then structure laws which have got loopholes and then expect politicians to be well behaved. That is not how we structure antitrust laws, for example, corruption regulations. So we need to have that in the back of our mind. So I think from the presentation it was clear that there are a lot of loopholes which people can take advantage of in terms of, for example, negotiating contracts. If those contracts are not made public, it means that people can just decide to say, okay, let's put this price at this level, and then we pass on this cost to the utility company. The utility company will pass on the cost to the government. The government will then pass on the cost to the consumers, right? Or the taxpayers. So who loses out is the final taxpayer. So the whole process has got a lot of loopholes. So let's not sit back as civil society perspective and think that the process can be sorted out on its own. We need to realize that we are dealing with agents who are motivated by self-interest. That is a very, very important keynote to remember. I think from the perspective of Transparency International Zambia, the first thing that we take note of in the presentation, which is clear, is the corruption risk is very, very high. The corruption, I think, risk we have been in the past looking at it from the perspective of, for example, who funds this discussion is very close to the discussion around funding political parties. Okay? Because there's also an aspect of disclosure, transparency, which is required. And then it fits into what we call state capture, right? So, for example, let me just give an example. Someone may fund this political party, and the idea is, as I fund this political party, I'll get a benefit, and the benefit will come by me setting up this power plant in future, and then I'll be given favorable terms, right? So you can see the interlink. So the risk of corruption and capture is very, very high, and that's what we are taking note of. And obviously, there's need for interventions. And then We also see that there is a risk on the part of the power utility company to always think of passing on this cost of, I would say, bad decisions that they have made to the consumer. In the past, we've always had the issue of people are not paying enough for power, people are not paying enough for power. But it's quite expensive now if you look at it from household level, right? And speaking for myself, of course, my power bill is about 1,000 every month. And it seems like towards the end of the month, a lot of things are speeding up. So we are talking again over and above that kind of situation. We are talking about always the regulator wants, okay, the utility always applies for adjustments. So we want to know where are these adjustments coming from? What are the cost drivers, right? During the time of, because I'm speaking from a political perspective, during the year of elections, all those stories about purchase of vehicles, free incentives in the utility company, all these things that are happening. So they make people to think deeply about what are the cost drivers. So the issue of transparency is very critical in terms of the supply. So what you know is the cost driver the contract that we are signing, and the contracts were not signed correctly because perhaps there are kickbacks, there's corruption involved. Is this what we are paying for? What exactly are we paying for when we say we need to increase the tariff? Because all the time we hear it, we need to increase the tariffs. And if you look at the cost of service study, you see that the recommendations are on both sides. There is the aspect of perhaps the revenue aspect, the performance is not very good, we may need to increase the tariff. But there's also a recommendation on the cost structure that TESCO perhaps look at the cost structure aspect. What are you doing which is not right in terms of your cost of production? But all the time, the discussion on the cost structure is shielded away because obviously people don't want to talk about perhaps their free incentives for their workers, they're getting free electricity, all kinds of things. But they want to always focus on passing on the cost to the consumers. And then at the same time, the government is pushing for rural electrification. So you want electricity to be more expensive, and then you want to take it to the rural areas. Who is going to afford that kind of power? So those are the general reactions. And I think the third reaction I have is around the debt aspect. Obviously, this issue ties very closely to guaranteed debt, public guaranteed debt. And if this power utility company is going to get out this obligation on behalf of government, or in the event of default, government takes up this obligation, it has a direct impact on how much network we need. The position where we are now, we need to be very interested in this aspect because it leads to further data accumulation. I just have maybe two questions for you. One question is, how does the situation change if you are looking at it from an international PPA perspective? Because I think most of the presentation has focused extensively on local, like TESCO is the one getting this power from independent power producers, right, within the country. What happens if we are now purchasing power from outside the country? What are the dimensions changes in that respect in terms of disclosure, transparency, what we need to push on? Because that has been our case for our situation in the past. And then lastly, responding to the issue of access to information. Civil society organizations have been pushing for access to information. It's very important. And this fits in direct transparency and disclosure. But I think I always like to put a caveat. Not all information should be public. Because if you talk about declaration, right, of, let's say, asset and liabilities, what interest does a common individual on the ground, do you want to put that in the paper, in the newspaper? So everyone knows. So when you talk about transparency, you talk about disclosure, sometimes it is the level of disclosure or which entities, which agents are able to access that information. So let's not think of access to information in an absolute way. Like anyone who has nothing to do with the energy sector can walk to ERB and say, I want all the power purchase agreements. What do you want to do with them? Yeah, they have no consent to you. So it's supposed to be, sometimes it may involve a court process, for example, for you to have certain level of information. But the ultimate issue is you are looking at it. If a person is an interested party, there is a process or there is a way to which they can still have that information. That's still access to information.
Thank you so much, Fred. We're going to move straight to the Zambia Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative.
morning, everyone. I realized I didn't introduce myself. So my name is Ian Mwinga. I'm the National Coordinator for Zambia EITI Secretariat. And the Secretariat is hosted by the Ministry of Mines. And I'm happy to realize that most of the people in here are stakeholders of the EITI. It's actually quite difficult, in fact, to even comment on your study. Because these are issues that we have for a long time actually following up. But maybe what is of interest is why mining and power, and why now? Perhaps the starting point for us is for the EITI, we look at transparency across the value chain. One would think of from exploration to licensing, to production of minerals, to sales, to suppliers, procurement, and so on. And if you look at all these elements or phases of the value chain, you find inherent corruption risks. And for us, we tend to look at corruption as a risk in this regard that we probably need to see how we manage it. The other issue, Doc, that I wanted to bring to your attention, I'm glad you actually brought in the mix of this book. But broadly speaking, for us, we do also look at the governance of state-owned enterprises. And immediately what comes into play is the CCM investment bodies, where I think colleagues, most of you have noticed that some of the mining assets are actually mutating into independent power producers. We have on the cards, I think, millions of dollars by these mining assets that are going to start producing power. And so the question that comes to my mind is, how are we going to actually interface with these entities? They are in the mining space. Are they going to produce their own power and sell to ZESCO? At what rate? And what agreements? But then also, one begins to think in terms of the fiscal terms. For example, we have seen that in fact, payments towards taxes, for example, like mineral royalty, could potentially go into even other complicated arrangements such as swaps, which then has an effect in terms of how the tax is actually collected. Also, on the other hand, Doc, we realize that the type of investment that goes into the sector is huge. But also, if you look at the investments, the source of this investment, we have predominantly two spheres. You've got the Eastern investment and also the Western investment. The Eastern investment is quite casual, it's adaptive, and where it finds confusion, it potentially amplifies that confusion. And it actually accelerates the risks that are already there. And I think perhaps this is a point of departure for myself, really to find out from yourself in terms of, are there any mechanisms that we can put in place to actually protect our public institutions in terms of this investment, the plethora of investment that is going into this sector. The other thing, Doc, that I wanted to raise is around the so-called beneficial ownership transparency. The question that immediately comes to my mind is that who actually owns these assets? Who are the individuals behind these power purchase agreements? We have heard that the whole mix there, politically exposed individuals. What mechanisms are there in terms of declaration of interest, due diligence processes? How are these agreements agreed upon? And I like the example that you gave earlier on to say, what is the price? But why is that entity X is paying this price and entity Y, even when they have seemingly similar attributes? I think for us, that interest also, we may wish to extend the discussion to also know the beneficial owners. Here, I'm not talking about shareholders, neither am I talking about legal owners, but I'm talking about ultimate owners, human beings that control these assets and also that ultimately receive value from the investments in whatever form. And I think, colleagues, some of you know that we do have that law in place in Zambia under the Companies Act. That FACRA is collecting beneficial ownership. Also, ZPPA, you are bidding for any contract, you have to declare your beneficial ownership. And I think that ties into this discussion of contract transparency broadly. Just to tie it all together, I think the aspect of procurement really brings in quite a lot of interest as well. I'm told that in the mining sector, local content or local procurement is actually valued roughly around $3 billion per year. Now, if you compare to what this country actually collects in terms of taxes, it's nearly the same. But do we actually get to know, in fact, how that value is actually realized, even in terms of the power purchase agreement space and its effect on that? So for EITI, besides having a focus in the mining sector, but I think we have seen that power is actually a key driver in terms of costs. It's probably even 50% or more of what is declared as costs. And in Zambia, most mining companies, I shudder to mention that nearly all, there are very few companies that actually pay corporate income tax because they say that they are making losses. And the key cost driver in this mix is power. So you see the relationship between the power purchase agreements, the cost, and the ultimate tax that is collected. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 questions already, and this is we are yet open for plenary discussion. But from the few that have given their take so far, because what we're supposed to have initially was sort of a panel discussion, but we're not going to do that. So what we're doing now is basically hearing from the people that were supposed to be discussants on this plenary or this panel discussion. So now, with those 3 questions, Doc, you have a question on at what point should this disclosure happen? How does this situation change when you look at it from an international perspective, and so on? And then also, what are the mechanisms that we can put in place to protect the public investments? So those are 3 questions that have come your way, and I think I'll give you this time to respond to those questions.
Thank you very much. So at what point should the disclosure happen? That's quite a difficult question. But for a start, I would presume that what we want is to have disclosure. I think that would be an easier fruit, or it's a low-hanging fruit. For example, if every year we know what was signed, and usually if you read the report, you check the month in which it was signed, so you can actually track the incentives or the people who were at the helm at that time when a document was signed. So if it says March, then you just say who were part of the ERB management, who were the board members, who were, like, you can be able to map out and try to network incentives that way. But ordinarily, there is what has been called in the sector feed-in tariffs. So basically, a feed-in tariff says, oh, we are looking for power. And from this technology, we are getting power not more than 10 cents. So you determine the price, and then anyone who is going to come bids around that price. You say the price and the volume, right? So that makes it easier. So you know that anyone who gets a contract feels a price that was actually discussed. So I think for me that would be much easier than to look at each contract. But also you need to keep in mind that these investments take years. So for example, if you want to build a nuclear plant, they'll tell you that it takes 7 years, but in practice it might actually even take 20 years. And I mean, at that point, if you are going to take that long, 7 years, then you can probably start disclosing at what price the plant is going to come in, and then people will know. But what we currently see is that we actually don't know. There are just a few. You see, the problem with corruption is that when few people are involved, it is easier to corrupt few people. So in principle, we are all corruptible, right? We all have a price. Like Bright said, if you bring $1 million to me, I may not smile, I may smile, right? But if you start talking about $1 billion, it's a whole different thing, right? But if you have to give $1 billion to 200,000 people, it makes it very difficult to give that billion. But if you have to give $1 billion to one person, it's much easier.
Okay, so that's the first response. So what I get, Doc, from your answer is we shouldn't be selective with how we give out information. We should give out information regardless. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second question. Right. I asked the question, and you mentioned, say, how does the situation change when we look at it from the international perspective? Is that correct, Frank?
So the international procurement takes different forms. There is, for example, what happened with the ship, but there are also bilateral national engagements, like what you get from Zimbabwe, or what you get from Congo and stuff. So they take different forms. Most of the times, the forms like national, between nations, they are quite straightforward. And I think it's, if they are corrupt contracts, I'm not saying they are not, but I'm saying if they are going from one state to the next. So at least you've got two eyes. But once you start talking about a private company getting involved, chances of serious corruption happening. And unfortunately, when it comes to issues to do with the ship, those are more like emergency procurement. They were not disclosed. Of course, the minister then, I think it was Dola Seria, she gave a ministerial statement where she talked about the difference of three. So you buy it at, say, you buy it at two projects in a parliamentary statement that she made. But we actually don't know what other opportunities were on the ground. And generally, international agreements are quite, you can put in a lot of things that benefit the parties involved. Whereas, for example, it's within the country, you can try to track the numbers through taxes and stuff, but if it's an international contract, it's quite difficult to actually track. And particularly if it's a private sector. Yeah. So they don't look any different, but generally they are more often emergencies. Except if it involves, say, a country like here importing from Congo, importing from Zimbabwe, there is some information.
Thank you very much. Third question was, what mechanisms can we put in place to protect public investments?
I don't know. other than just the thing of disclosure. You know, at times I tend to think how I behave as a person. At times, just the fact that I think that someone will know how I behave changes how I behave. Whether it's after the fact or it is as something is happening, just the fact that I know that someone can know this. If I'm approaching a speed trap, I reduce my speed. Why? Because there's a speed trap. Yeah.
So basically what you're saying is information and obviously having a third party to have witness to whatever it is that is happening, we basically guard the behavior of people. Is that it?
Yes, I don't know. I don't actually know if that is
third party being the Zambian people.
Yeah, yes, but I'm saying I don't know if that changes. That is a complete solution, but I think it is one of the key solutions. The issue of beneficial owners, I haven't read much about it, but it seems to me as something that is very common. But I don't know how, you know, at times I can declare an interest, but it doesn't mean that I won't benefit. I can tell you, I know this person. I mean, you do interviews, for example, you're on a panel, you say, I know this person. But that doesn't mean that you be objective. You can still give them good marks. But if I know that we are 5 panelists, and I give someone 20 out of 20, and the other panelists give 2 out of 20, even when I've declared interest, someone will say, there was something that was happening here, right? So sharing of information for me is at the core of many things. But of course, I'm open to discussing at what point that information is supposed to be shared. But just the fact that information is shared. We think of, for example, for our children, we think when we are thinking about decisions, we say, what could happen to children in 20 years? Nothing might happen, but there's a possibility that the child, you're telling your child you used to pass number 1 in class, 10 years later they find your report form and you used to be the last person. They start laughing at you, right? So you manage your behavior even when you're advising someone to say there's a possibility that someone might find out the truth, and therefore I must behave in a particular way. And you see, the good part with information is that even if you curate it in a way that protects you today, there are always smart people who find out what the true information is. They can get this information here, this information there, this information there, and then say, no, this person is not telling the truth. Yeah, so I don't know if I've answered sufficiently. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, so Mr. Clement Sasa, sir, I know you did give us some information from the ministry earlier, but now based on what we have seen here, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Okay, thank you very much. I've listened to, first of all, I'd like to thank the doctor for the well articulated and very insightful presentation regarding transparency and the procurement of PPAs. I think the issue of transparency is key to ensuring that we procure power and services at the correct price for the benefit of the Zambian people. That's why we are all here, try and see how this issue can be escalated and can be promoted to ensure that even in many other institutions should be part of the life of every employee as they procure whatever services they're doing. I think this is not just about power. The power is just one of them, but there are many other issues. Because for you to procure power, it means you have already procured a contractor who has already priced the project, which translates into a certain tariff. And by the time you'll be negotiating, you find that the pancaking is already done. So I think this issue should be considered it's a broader chain of development of projects. Should come earlier on, even as you actually decide on what project to develop. So it should start from there so that the pancaking can be managed all the way up to the tail end of it.
But just to conclude that this is an important issue which should be escalated, and we should keep talking about it every now and then so that it becomes part of our life. I think it was a useful discussion, and we appreciate it. We look forward to next discussions on the same matter. Thank you.
No, if we didn't have people here, it'd almost be like he just gave the closing remarks. You know, be able to walk away. But now we'll open up the questions to everyone to ask. As I saw a hand behind there, so I think we'll start with you.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. Just to echo Mr. Sasta. Yeah, I think transparency in the land sector is important. I can give an example. When we were doing the Get Fit project, so we came up with a chart that was exactly to do us out. And even those projects that were being done, the chart came up by the public.
So you said your information teacher again?
Yes, already.
Okay.
Yeah, so even if you search with Google, you're going to find the time. So it sort of sets a benchmark on which these tariffs are negotiated by other solar companies. So if in the M phase, of course, they had certain incentives, and even for Bedford, it had certain incentives that were there that were charged for. But somebody has an idea already. How much can I sell this power to this part? How much can you accept? So more information that is out there sort of guides the way people have an idea of how much. If they have a solar project and it hits 14 cents from their cost, they know that this is way beyond what is prevailing now. I may not get away with this. So information is important, but I looked at certain aspects of the report from the Energy Hub. It talks about certain information not really being revealed. There are certain contracts where they can't reveal everything. So I think they use the term, they said minimum disclosure agreement. So you can agree that while we need to disclose this thing, maybe if you don't intend to disclose everything, but there are just minimum things you need to disclose. It could be the tariff, the capacity, and all those things that can be in the open, that you must disclose. So for those that you can't, perhaps these certain contracts have legal issues, you should disclose, but there must be the minimum that you disclose.
So maybe based on what you just said, would it be wise to say having few aspects of issues that have something to do with the public be the ones that are mainly focused to be exposed or
yes,
put out there?
Yes, maybe the cost of the project at the time. So that makes you to reason. Is this tariff really effective of this cost? Or was this cost just too small to demand this amount of tariff? So from there you can reason that this was overpriced or this is correctly priced. But one other issue about transparency that let me drop a comment about is the interest of multilateral institutions which fund these projects. I can give an example of what we are doing. So you put some money in a certain project, then another project, some other multilateral institution put some money there. And we know how it is. They may be competing in terms of how much debt they give to a country. And maybe the power projects. Or maybe some other multilateral institution wants to actually give a grant. But they are aware about too much information. So they are scanning. So is this worth giving a grant, or how much should they give them? How much risk is there in these multilateral which are lenders and they are competing in terms of this? Because at some point we find African Development Bank wants to sponsor a project to do with PPA negotiation. So what's your interest? Why do you want to renegotiate this and you funded some of these projects? Do you want to reduce your competitors' funding. So maybe there is that aspect which maybe you can comment on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There was another question over there.
No, I just wanted to find out if you took interest in finding out the power purchasing agreements that are signed in the SADC region under Southern African Power. I noted there are variations in how each country wants to be treated in terms of power exports, imports. Then I also wanted to find out if also you delved into the issue of power supply agreement to the mines. In recent years, there's been variations on how much power is being purchased after ZESCO buys and gives to CEC and subsequently final consumer who are the mining companies. Just wanted to find out if you have taken interest to see the elements of corruption that are, I'm told, are very prevalent, which lead to differences when renewing, like was the case of this CEC recent, until it was hijacked and signed somewhere away from where Bright could see. And then there is also this element of independent power producers. There's also an element of lack of transparency. You only hear about it when the president gets to Mamba, then you are told, actually, ZESCO owes Mamba over 400 billion. I don't know whether you took an interest to see the elements of transparency and how best the consumer, the end user, is covered. Especially that ERB never commented some of this short.
Thank you very much. There's a question there, right? You had mentioned that you're not looking forward to uninformed questions. Are those better questions?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, some of my questions are taken from the previous speaker. My question is related to, of course, in your recommendation number 4, you mentioned that Zambia should try and benchmark with other countries in the region. Are you able to provide some examples from a specific region, country? Because I know if you're talking of SADC region, we are going to the so I don't know which region is it. I haven't seen the report, to be rated. Yeah, so I don't know whether it's other regions within Africa. And then after your presentation, I still remain with questions to say the power purchase agreement transparency. How can we achieve it? In your study, did you propose some framework of how this can be achieved? Yeah, because we need to understand whether there are even other countries that have achieved transparency in the power purchase agreement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is 3 questions, and I think I'll let the doc answer those. Doc, should I read them up for you, or do you have them jotted up?
If I miss something, you can let me know. I think I
Sure.
jotted them up. Yeah. Let me start with the framework. So the whole idea, this work is being done across many countries. The whole idea is to come up with some framework that can then help enhance transparency. So, but for the work that I did for Zambia, we didn't come up with a specific framework. But I know that the work that is currently done in Tanzania, there's one done in Kenya, there's one done in Ghana. Rushaya, the one who was speaking on the video, is coordinating that, and I know that ultimately that's the intention to see that this is then how we achieve whatever we are doing. But for what I did, I wasn't. Then when it comes to benchmarking, I know for a fact, for example, that South Africa has got these procurement cores. And some of them are actually in public domain. So for example, solar, wind, they're in public domain. But when you look at some solar projects in Zambia, you quite don't know what is happening. And it makes it very difficult. So when I said about benchmarking is when information is readily available, it's easier to say that, oh, it looks very similar to South Africa. But maybe someone can explain South Africa's got maybe better winds, then you say, okay, yeah, and then South Africa will be cheaper than Zambia, right? But if we don't have any information, it makes it very difficult for us to even more than anyone. And also to narrow down the conversation to say that, it's better to say the price is higher in Zambia than in South Africa by 2% or by 3 cents or by 4 cents than the price is higher in Zambia. You have no idea what price is obtained in Zambia. So when you just make a blanket statement, it makes it difficult for people actually to advise or to then provide information that one seeks. Usually that's a problem that we have as experts in different fields. So even just in the law, someone says, that person is corrupt, and you have no idea why you're saying that. But if you say, I think that person is corrupt because A, B, C, D, E, then someone says, no, actually, A is not a sign of corruption. B kind of is a sign of corruption. D is not a sign of corruption. Then you focus on B, right? Then you see, okay, what is it that we can do on B that can ensure that we block this corruption? Then there was a question on bulk purchase agreements or bulk supply agreements with CEC and ZESCO. I didn't look at that in this way, except that I took quite keen interest, and the argument still remains the same, right? Because you have same institutions, different ruling parties, different outcome. Then the question is why? We don't know who is right. We don't know who is right. They could both be wrong. They could both be right. One could be right, one could be wrong. We don't know. But it's just quite curious to say it took years to get to this point, and then it took months to get to these other decisions. Same institutions, same engineers, probably same. Most of these agreements, especially when it comes to finance or engineering, the technical things are the same. Like what you are looking at is the same. So what has changed? We suppose they were offered different things, right? They were offered different things. Why did the person who offered decide to offer different things? That is also what Bright was talking about, incentives. Self-interest. What really, can we really trust you next time you come to the table? Can we really trust you? If you offer me different things depending on how I dress or how I look or how I speak. Right? So, but we in this way we didn't look at that. But the same argument remains, especially for the mining. I mean, for CEC, that you're looking at supplying all industrial power on the copper belt, all mines on the copper belt. So you're looking at about 30% of all electricity that is used in Zambia passes through CEC. That's a huge amount, and we need to be interested. Why are the agents behaving differently depending on who is involved and who is sitting on the table? Governance issues. Then on sub-agreements, so sub is an interesting market. So sub has day-ahead prices. Like there were these prices that that are used to clear the market, more like how to trade when you go to buy from there. But they're also bilateral, they facilitate for bilateral trade. Bilateral trade, I think my colleague from ERB might be able to explain better how they're best handled. But I think the day-ahead market, everyone sees the same price. So it's very clear. And, if you actually want to model or analyze trade, we use the day-ahead market. Like it's very clear because everyone is exposed to the same market. But of course, there isn't enough power. So even if it's there, people maybe it's already bought. But in terms of national bilateral stuff, for example, Zambia and Zimbabwe, Zambia and South Africa, there's always this thing that we export electricity to, we are exporters, right? There are instances when we export and instances when we import. So for example, power that is used in Rundazi comes from Malawi. But we have lines that go to Chipata. And there's a town near Chipata in Malawi, which ZESCO supplies, like we supply. So like there are all sorts of interesting networks, right? It's times it's for conveniency, at times it's also for balancing the grid. So for example, when we import power from Congo, much of the load comes from the southern part of the country, which is Zambezi Basin, going up to north central, right? Like northwestern Commonwealth province. But you need to balance up the grid. That is why the director was talking about considering also locations of where these resources are. I'm sure you've heard of the line coming in from Tanzania. There's another line going to Botswana, Zimbabwe, Namibia. So at times the trade might be for technical reasons and not necessarily financial reasons. And technical reason could be balancing the grid. But you still have to trade. Money has to exchange. So when we are looking at bilateral country trade, it's not just for money reasons. It could also be for technical reasons. And you would understand that if we don't get into this trade, even if it's not an optimal price, our grid might collapse. So you are forced to get into that trade. But my colleague from the regulator can explain the legalities a bit more better. After I speak, we can maybe add on it. Then the interest of multilateral development institutions. So these are more like FDB, World Bank, EU, and the like. I haven't understood the whole business of these institutions like very well, but I know that they are key players in the industry to an extent that can influence what is done in the industry. And that cannot even be for the interest of the country. It might be for their interest, like he had supposed. I mean, they're in the business of lending, so you want to disperse as much money as you can. Because if you disperse as much money as you can, then you make more money for the shareholders, because even them, they've got shareholders. So the interests are not very clear, but we just need to be aware that they are there. And at times they extend to the thing of, does this institution support money that is coming from institution X and not money that is coming from institution Y? Like Ian was talking about, institution Y can be a Western institution, X can be an Eastern institution. So there are all sorts of ideological wars that we also see in the sector. I don't need to go in any detail. But maybe have I answered all the questions?
Yes, you have.
Sure. Maybe my colleague can add.
Okay. You know what my favorite answer is, Doug? I don't know. That was my favorite answer by everything that you say. Because, you know, the person that is able to say, I don't know, will probably hold more ground in a place where they don't know something than say something that you have no idea about. So I don't know if we can have a perspective from the legal or the technical. Which one is it?
Well, I can maybe share from the technical. I think the question around sub in terms of contracts, under sub there are different committees that are responsible for the activities that govern the engagement or interaction of the members within sub, and the members are from the national utilities as well as private. So from the point of view of contracts, there are aspects of of course, technical limits in terms of what must be traded or what must be sent from which point to whatever point. For instance, if power is going to be evacuated from maybe South Africa into the Congo, do we have the power? Does the system have adequate capacity to be able to transfer that power from South Africa into Congo? So before they enter into those contracts, they will be able to engage SAP and the member countries or member utilities to be able to clear that power. And there is a structure that governs that kind of arrangement, where they also need to go into some arrangements to be able to pass their power, or what they call wheeling, to wheel it from one point to the other. So there's that component before they even get into those bilateral contracts or into PPAs. So there's again an aspect of planning to develop the network or the grid for expansion purposes. So countries come together and they agree. So there are these intergovernmental memorandum of understanding where they agree that, okay, if we undertake this project, it will benefit country A, country B, country C. So how can we come together and be able to probably implement this project so that it benefits each one of us as member states to the sub-market. The market subcommittee deals with the transactions, and of course there's an aspect of bilateral, but those are fixed contracts, and an aspect of the spot market, which are intraday, within the day or day ahead, tomorrow, what is going to be traded, and so on, and so week ahead and month ahead. So basically, that's how the structures are. In terms of the legal implications, of course, there's a legal framework that guides how they interact as member states. But I think that's my submission. I hope that this is part of the series of issues that were brought up.
No, thank you very much. I believe questions have been answered. Do we have any more questions? Do we have anybody asking questions? We have a hand. So as we're going to get the question over there, I have a question, ERB. So recently, I traveled to a certain part of Zambia. Now, this is just from an ignorant perspective, and I don't know, so I really want to know. I traveled to a certain part of Zambia, Chama to be specific, Chama in Eastern Province. So in Chama, this was before load shedding started. In Chama, they use power from Malawi. Now, Chama, if you're in there, you realize that they have power for literally maybe 4 hours a day, every day. So now, is that something that is planned that way? Or are we even aware of such things? Or what makes Chama be a place that has power from Malawi instead of being on the grid like everyone else? That's what I'd like to know. Sorry? You can ask this question as well.
Thank you so much. I want to do the first observation.
Thank you, Michael.
The first recommendation. I want to draw your attention to the first recommendation that the government should amend relevant legislation to acquire competitive competitive power to government. The assumption of this recommendation is that the power purchase agreement is not competitive as it is. But with the enactment of the Public Procurement Act of 2020, some of the issues that were actually addressed that was made issues of competitiveness. If you look at the issue of direct bidding. In the previous law, some of these issues were hanging, and therefore most of the government accepted. Now, what I'm seeing is like there's an assumption that hierarchy is exempt to the provisions of public procurement. Are they not fighting against this competitiveness? Is that the assumption that we have? Because any public institution is supposed to respond to the provision of the law. I just wanted to have a comment on that one, and also how you gauge that the new law, because there was a repeal and replacement of the Public Procurement Act 2008, very recent, and now we have. So are you saying the one that is also it's not addressing the issues of competition?
Okay, so do we have any other questions in the house? So you're speaking to that with my question.
Thank you very much. A very important question. I mean, no one would love to be in a place where you only have access to power for 4 hours. I mean, you can feel the lifelessness of an area. You don't have supply. But the challenge that we have is probably for the information of others. There are certain parts of the country that are not electrified through the grid, and others are still on diesel gensets, and others, for instance, in border with Malawi, there is that connectivity, but of course there is also a limitation to access that that power in terms of the number of hours, and areas like Shamombo, Lukuru, actually even Lundazi was recently connected to the grid, so they never used to have power, so they used to run on diesel, on a genset, and that is a bit of a challenge in those areas. And what the utility is now doing is for Lundazi, they have now been connected to the grid. Lukuru, they have been connected to the grid. So the utility is making, those investments to connect all parts of the country. So the challenge really, I think, it's something that we may just need to engage the utility to further find out how best they can improve in terms of the supply to particularly Jama for the 4 hours that you mentioned. But ideally, they shouldn't be subjected to such a kind of supply, limited supply for the businesses. It essentially kills out the economic activities. But the challenge really is the utility hasn't had the resources to be able to extend the grid into those areas. There are plans to be able to be implemented to go that far. But in the meantime, we try to source for power from Malawi at the distribution level.
Thank you very much. I think that answers my question. The reason I asked this question also is because if you had a bit of an understanding, I believe the Zambia Extraction Industries Transparency Initiative people will agree with me to say Chama is one of those towns in Zambia where once connected to the grid, we'll probably start competing with the Copper Belt as a province in terms of minerals, because Chama is one of the most blessed towns in this country. But look into that yourselves. Doc, there's a question for you.
That's a crazy mind, right? Are you declaring interest in Chama? Yeah.
I think for the sake of transparency, interest has been declared.
Okay, so there is a question whether ZESCO is exempt from the Procurement Act requirements. It seems so to me. I don't have the facts, but it seems so. And maybe the legal people in here can confirm. I don't know if you heard whether there was an advert going out to say that government is looking for power in this crisis for load shedding. But I presume that power was procured. So the fact that you didn't see the advert means that those are competitive. That's basically what we mean by like give everyone an opportunity to come to the table. But if load shedding ends, right? Suppose load shedding ends or it's greatly minimized, there is Mamba Core has come online, so we know that that has contributed. But as the effect of Mamba Core, the sole reason or coming online, the units which were under maintenance coming online, is it the impact, like as it resulted into reduction from 4 to maybe 2 hours or 4 hours? Or some power somewhere was procured. And if power was procured, then it means that the procuring of that power, whether we are happy that load shedding has ended or has reduced significantly, and that process of procurement wasn't competitive. Basically, that's how I understand it. So I get a sense that certain institutions might be exempted, but I'm not a legal person, and I'm always fortunate because
there's a legal person in the house.
Yeah. So I don't know if he's free to say something.
Are you free to say something, sir? There's a hand here.
He needs an essay.
There's a hand here willing to give some information.
Yeah, I'm neither from ZESCO, the government, the PLP. So it's just a comment as not on records. But having had the privilege of participating in some discussions on power imports, there is only one source that I think as a country we go to get electricity in this period. And as far as I know, the Public Procurement Act allows for single sourcing, but you have to apply to the authority that they can source this from A only in the whole Southern Africa. So they allow it now to negotiate. And I think that's what could have happened in this case, because that legally is allowed under the law. Because we have demonstrated there's nobody else who has the power in terms of imports into the country, but one country only. So in that case, it's possible. But I don't believe ZESCO is exempt. Perhaps the behavior seems to show that legally they are not exempt. They're probably entity. The state-owned enterprise. They are bound to be governed by the same legal instruments that all of the others have to follow. That would be my take on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lawyer hasn't said much, but he's nodded his head, so
Yes, I'm particularly agreeing with the very last statement. We don't have the facts, obviously, for the specific procurement, but as previous speaker has stated, in instances where you don't see tenders being floated, normally it's because that the procuring entity will be given special dispensation by the PPA by way of a no objection to single source. So we don't know the facts. They say, I think, I used to say that they're not exempt. They can get under one of the instances when one can single source by way of no objection, the PPA is what stipulated. And the other instance, obviously, if it's a specialized transaction that you don't want to
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Okay, I see no questions in the house. So, Mr. Clement Sasa, I'd like to ask questions. So I have a question for you. You're from, of course, the Office for Promoting Private Power Investment. This is in the country. So now, recently, there's obviously the investment, the $2 billion investment that we have heard about coming from the UAE to Zambia, correct?
Yes.
So now, with that investment, what has been commonly said by some people or some sectors of society is that when it comes to investment into these things, it is possible to open it up to some Zambians and say source funds from Zambians in terms of Zambians coming together and funding this. Sort of what we have seen in terms of South African government companies where the people in the country fund and pay the money, the investment money that is needed from this, and in turn end up being the ones that benefit from this investment. So are you, as the Ministry of Energy, looking to do something that includes the people to eventually become the ones that are enjoying from investing like this? Because I believe Zambians are capable of investing now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. I think just to benefit the meeting here, I think as Minister of Energy, we are promoting development of private players, be it local, international developers. And that's why the Office for Promoting Private Power Investment is in existence. Just to give you a perspective, we are arising from actually the negative power balance, meaning the deficit or the requirement for more power, not only in Zambia, but in the region. We have received an avalanche of interest from prospective developers, and most of them are actually local people or local companies. So that option you have mentioned is just one of the options that we have on the table. You may wish to note that Zambia is strategically located in the region with 8 neighboring countries, and would like to create Zambia as a power hub, either through electricity trade of the power that we generate ourselves, or also as just a willing hub in cases where power is being translocated from one country across us to others. So in terms of private players, we have quite a number of private players, some of them local, who are actually developing a number of projects. Just to give you an example, in our efforts to diversify our generation plants by location, we have local developers, local companies, Lufu Power Company, who are developing a project called Lufu on the Lufubu River, which drains into Lake Tanganyika, with a capacity of 163 megawatts. We have another company called Western Power Company. It's developing 180 megawatt of hydropower plant just upstream of the Sheke on the Zambezi River. We have CEC, I think Mr. Iwajani just across there, are developing a small hydropower plant called Kawompo Gorge here in Zambia. That's a local company. In terms of solar, we have a number of local companies that are developing solar. And as a ministry, we do not stop investors from investing on grounds of another party expressing an interest. What we have as a principle is the early bird catches a worm because we wouldn't know which project to implement. So we facilitate development of any interest without exception. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. Okay, from that, I believe we have no questions. And so it is within my powers to call the plenary to an end. It's been a very interesting time. We've all asked some interesting questions and we've got some very interesting answers. And I hope that we have all gained some information from it, have we? I'm pretty sure the Ministry of Finance people are happy they have no questions. Okay. So now, okay. So now, from there, now we're going to get to a part of the closing remarks. That is before we move to lunch. So we were ironically not on time, but on time, in that today's program was scheduled to start at 8:30. Yes, but this being the country that we live in, it was supposed to officially start at 9:30. So, you know, we are on time, but not on time. So I'm going to ask for the Center for Trade Policy and Development, if they're here, to give us, you can come and give us the closing remarks and obviously bring us to a close of today.
Thank you so much. I believe at some point during the meeting, closing remarks were given. All right, so of course, on behalf of the meeting and on behalf of the Center for Trade Policy and Development, this is just to thank everyone for coming to this space this morning and engaging with us on this very key subject matter, which is on, of course, power purchase agreements transparency. Of course, not to write into most of the conversations that have already been had. I think it was very much elaborative and we've been able to engage and ask questions. I think something that was key for me, even as I was seated there, I was thinking, okay, so we've delved so much on power purchase and what the implications are for Zambia. We talked about how there's some sort of conflict as well on the part of ERB when they have to manage expectations from the utility company as well as the consumers. So we are only looking at this in the context of power purchase agreements. Then I'm seated and thinking, what about power export agreements? Is there something like this? Because obviously looking at the crisis that Zambia is currently faced with now, and we also know recently that there's obviously a contract that has been gotten into or from a few years past, but now we are looking at a few more years. Of course, to exemplify, I'm talking about non-power. We are exporting power in the crisis of a power crisis domestically. So what does that mean, obviously, for our industry? What does this mean for our economy? This was basically just an inside thought, but obviously it's a conversation that we could also be having going forward. So what are the implications thereof? Not to say so much like I have indicated. Thank you all for coming. And just to indicate as well, in partnership with the Transparency International Zambia, we will have a built-up conversation as well, still focusing on these agreements. But of course, it's our intent that we can also have private sector players as well as public officials that we have in this room. So at this point, I officially invite you for lunch. I think I'm now taking over the moderator's role, but please do enjoy your lunch and thank you so much for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been an amazing crowd, and it has been a very insightful meeting. I think a round of applause for ourselves for today. Okay, so lunch is not at the restaurant, but it is just down the hall. Tamika mentioned it's what? Just down the hall, not the first turn to your right, but the second one. So just in that room is where lunch is being served. And then for those that have not gotten their transport refunds, please do see Tamika. And then the media, if you haven't gotten your transport refunds, please do see Sanji in purple over there. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming.